start, as it seems rather customary at the moment, with an apology for the fact that once again this week I just am absolutely cream crackered. To the point I got up about half an hour ago. It's 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I did get up on my own volition. It was not an alarm, so my brain was feeling sufficiently woken up. But I am absolutely tired. And I sit there, I pack up work. I get myself some food, and I can't even be asked to cook. So I'm having sandwiches. This is how tired I am. The best I can manage is a sandwich. Can't even be bothered to even make it a toasted sandwich. And then I kind of blink and I fart, and suddenly it's kind of late, and it's too late to be starting streaming because I've got work in the morning, and it just kind of keeps going like that, really. Then I fire up Twitch and watch a little bit of someone else, and then go to bed, and all I seem to do is work, be tired, and go to bed. So I do apologise. On the good news front, this coming week probably won't be any better. But the week after, I have the week off. So I will not have the joys of frustration of getting up at, stupid o'clock to do some work, to do all of that. That's right. I wasn't quite sure how to read a message on my phone. I subscribe to a channel. Now, I do feel that, because it says, an entertaining journey back in time with your historian, Elizabeth. There's no grammar in it. So, is that Elizabeth being me, or Elizabeth being them? I think it's them. But it could easily have been me. And people who call me Elizabeth wind me up. So, yeah, as I said, I've got a week off where I can get up when my brain's good and ready. I can snooze if I wake up early and then feel tired. So that would be a good week. And then, middle of December, I'm off till the end of the year. So, kind of a short time to go before the new year starts, and the joys and stresses of everything start all over again. Who's moaning because it's been raining a lot around here, and as you know, I didn't have internet earlier this week, possibly due to flooding. I mean, I am guessing, but I live in part of the country that is rather famous for flooding. Now, around here, I have not seen actual flooding. We did have some interesting from the piss trickle stream that we have out back. But I think our kind of local joiner box was flooded, because it's on a corner that does flood. And my ex-husband lives in a place that was, well, globally on TV a number of years ago. because of the flooding. So it is always a challenge. What are you two doing? They're acting funny. Why are you acting funny? Why are you acting like... Because both of you shit on the carpet last night, which, as you know, I love dearly. What's she doing? I think I know what they want. Hang on. I apologise profusely, but let me be back. I need to go fill up their water bowl. I think that's what we're after. Oh, not that it seemed particularly low, but let me go and refill the water bowl. Tench. Hello. Just getting dogs a biscuit. Hang on. So I am the lovely mummy of giver of biscuit. Biscuit for you. Biscuit for you. Right. Crunch. So, the world is still rotating. One of the team at work has quit, so it's going to get a little more hectic for a while, as if it wasn't hectic enough already, which is another good reason that I feel I'm so glad I have so much holiday to take, booked rather. So, anyway, let's just get down to the matter at hand. So, I wanted to show you this. I tend to do this while watching TV or meetings occasionally. Now, this is a curious thing. Zoom in a little bit. And down a bit. It is, partly because you've been missing, but it is new. So this is... So I'm trying to kind of... There you go. So this is tatting lace, and you make it with little shuttles, little tiny shuttles, and stupid thread. And do not get me wrong, I do not like the colour pink. I'm not overly fond of the colour purple, but I do like the two together. I have no idea what I'm going to do with this. So this, when I've finished, so if you look at this side, that's this bit here. I've got this bit and that bit to go to finish it up to the corners of the spelling. This will be half the square, and then obviously I need to make the other half. Focus, you piece of shit. Focus. Why is it now not focusing? Come on. Come on, camera. You can do it. Maybe not. Thank you, Rory. It's definitely set to focus. It's not even trying. I can hear that it's not even trying. Fine, whatever. Anyway, it's kind of frustrating to make, but it's not a fast product. It's faster than this shit, for sure. Because we have made some on stream, Tenji. We have made some on stream, but I there are things I like about it, things I don't. So it is texturally, it's a lot chunkier than bobbin lace, for example. Because in bobbin lace you cross, and even when you twist, they're really thin threads. These are chunkier threads, and this has quite a feel to it. Now, if you watch YouTube videos, quite often when they hold this, they'll hold it like this, and it will be ting, it'll be solid, right? And I quite like the way the colouring works. So you can have two colours, as you can see, and what you do is when you make a loop, you take whichever colour. So I'm due to make a chain next, but if I was going to make a pink loop, I take the pink thread and I wind it around my fingers and I make a loop and then pull it tight and it makes a loop. Same if I wanted a purple loop, I pick up the purple one, I ride it around my fingers, make a thing, make it tight. If you want a chain, you pick the colour by having, doesn't matter if they're twisted, but I can't have them. The autistic part of me can't cope with some bits of it. So if I wanted a purple chain, I put the purple over my fingers, and you do all the work with the pink one, but because you kind of, they call it flip the stitch. So when you make the hitch knot, you make it around the purple one, and then you go tink, and now it's the pink one round, the pink one on the inside. So let me show you what I mean, Tenji. See if I can zoom in a bit, and it'll be slightly more presentable. I'm not very good at doing it at arm's length, but if I do a tiny little bit. So I am trying to do that way up, and I need to sort my threads out a bit first. Hang on, there we go. So that comes out the bottom there. I tend to fold that over to get the two together, so you don't end up with a big hole. Put the purple bit over your hand. Now, so you do the work with the pink one. You put the pink one, sorry, it's the wrong one. I need to get the string over my hand. Hang on, there we go. You put the pink one underneath and over the top, and you make the knot like that with the pink one. I know it's not hugely clear on screen, but you then pull it so that now the purple one is going around the pink one, and you snug it up. And then you do the other half, which is that way around, and you do the same. So the pink goes round the purple, and then you pop, and now the purple's going around the pink, and you snug it up. So if you wanted a pink one, you put the pink over the back of your hand, right? Now there are people who do it so that rather than turning your work, because turning your work gets boring and it does get in your way, and of course the thread catches on your work, and basically swearing happens, right? There are people who don't tone their work, and I'm beginning to understand why, because I'm all in favour of not having to do stuff if you don't have to. And instead of flipping the stitches, they do the stitches with the other shuttle. So, if I show you what I mean, instead of if I do this and put my thing back, instead of flipping it, I would still do... Get out of it. See, this is the problem. It all gets in its own way. So instead of flipping it, you make the knot with the pink one. So there you go. And that's not right. I missed, clearly. Let's try that again. I've got the shuttle around the wrong way, so the hooks. It shouldn't matter, but I'm autistic. Part of me can't if it's not the right way round and the thread's not the right thing, and it just fucks me off. It's not thinging right. It's that held straight. Then I need to go under this one. This is the bit that really fucks me off. You've got to go underneath. So I now have my pink one, but instead of flipping it, you make the stitch by just snugging this up so that you don't have to turn it. And you do it that way. And that to me is a really something I want to explore, but not while I'm making this one, because I want this one to end up looking reasonable. I don't want to fudge it up, because it's going alright. I do have, because you make loads of hitch knots round, say, the purple one, sorry, round this pink one, when you pull on the pink one, the purple will move up and down. Rory! My dogs have been really needy the last couple of weeks, and it's getting a bit much. Hello? I need the toilet now. Now you've stood on my bladder. Thank you. I may have to momentarily go for a pee. But I'm struggling with it because occasionally, even though you remember flipping all the stitches, you go to pull it tight and it won't move. And if it doesn't move, the only real obvious thing you can do, because the stitches are so tiny, even with a tiny pin, it's hard to go and find one that maybe half untwisted itself for some reason. Because obviously if you put too much tension on the wrong one, it will untwist. It will flip back and you can, you know, because you're looking at what you're doing, not what you've done, if you see what I mean. You might miss it. So I do suffer from that. I do suffer from struggling to sew in the ends because, well, you've knotted around this piece of string, so there isn't really room to add a second piece of string. But I picked these colours because I do like kind of methylated spirits and hot pink. I knew this as a child. It came up at school. They had paints that was basically methylated spirit and hot pink. And so I don't know what to do with it because I can't wear that. I mean, you know, it's going to be kind of this square. I mean, I don't, as I say, I don't know what I'm going to do with it, but Rory, just sit the fuck still, my man. I have not got any patience, Tenchi. I know I don't have much patience on it. You're going to honk. Yeah, that's the wisest choice you made today, Doug. So, it is one of those kind of frustrations that I have, is that I've been struggling a lot, and I'm trying very hard. The dogs are being rather needy, and rather annoying, but I'm going to have to go. Thank you, Tench. It will look better when it's been kind of flattened and blocked a bit, and, you know, so things don't poke up. And so I need to explain, and again, let me see if I can zoom in. Right, these things, which, because they're purple on brown, don't really show, but these are two rings that join together. These get called onion rings, right? And although I fucking hate making them, I prefer them over these, which are... So, can you choke slightly less loudly, please, dog? He does this because he drinks too fast. So if you look here, there's a terrible onion ring because there's a bit of a gap in it. Then it goes round and it comes back up. There's another onion ring, and then it goes round, and there's an onion ring. It goes round. There's an onion ring, and it comes down, and then there's this loop here. Now these loops are the edges, and this is how the lady who designed the square intended it to be. So hence there are two more here, although they're twisting. There's two more here, right? So it's, all the onion rings are on the inside. I actually would prefer it if they were always onion rings or always the loops. Now, I prefer the onion rings because they're a little bit bolder, and they stand out nicely with the pink kind of thing. So, should I endeavour to do this square again, I would definitely make the onion rings. Another reason for making the onion rings is that if I wanted to expand this square and make a bigger thing, instead of having to expand this triangle, so maybe calling this the triangle and making then this a quarter of my square so that it's now a bigger square, and these of course would be on the inside, I don't have to. I can almost just keep going and make it, because all, these things, if you wanted to then, if you got this far and then went, actually this isn't big enough, and you then make this a quarter of the square, not half of the square, so instead of growing out this side, you fold over at the top here and you come down this side in it to make, if I should zoom out again. So, I do have, she says looking for her tin, there it is. Is that one? Yeah, this is one. So this is a white one. Now this was a smaller square done slightly shitter. And if you look, there are the onions in the middle. So you start at a corner, go up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. Well, this is kind of, so this is that bit there, right? So you start them all the same, right? But instead of, and this goes to here, but then instead of turning and finishing the thing, this is twice as big, because instead of coming back round on yourself and making the other half, you come back round and make this quarter. So this is a quarter of my square. If I made it, so you can see what I mean about you can keep growing it, and as you can tell I didn't bother doing the threads yet on this one, so this one hasn't, but it's, don't need my tin. So I'm kind of curious. I'm regretting not making these onion rings is the short version. Because if I'd made both of these onion rings, the world is my oyster. I can make it the size that I want. And yeah. So this is going to come round now, meet this onion ring like this bit, and then go up here to the top. And it either comes round this side and comes down here, or round this side to make it bigger. Not overly complicated. Well, it is, because I keep forgetting to join things. So what would happen next normally is this one's not so bad because it's an edge one and you don't join shit. That's great. The next one that comes to here, generally there's nothing much to join, but I'll get to the end, I'll have made the onion ring and realise I forgot to join to there. So then I have to undo it, go back, remake the, get back to the bit where you joined, go join the thing. So this bit isn't too bad because there aren't a lot of joins. But when, for example, I was doing this, one of these bits here in the middle, so you come up here, that's fine. You come up here, but you've got to join this bit to there, and then on the way back you're joining this bit to there, but also this bit to here, and I always forget to join at least one chunk. So I do spend quite a lot of time unpicking it, and believe it or not, these are the best things I've found to help unpick it. Because once you've pulled the stupid thing up into a little loop, it's really hard to undo. I mean, if you look at how small these bloody things are, if you look at this tiny little loop, there is nothing really to get hold of. Well, what you can do is you pull on it a bit. I'm not going to, but you pull on it a bit, and then you kind of loosen some of these and stretch out the bottom a little bit, and then loosen them a bit more, stretch out the bottom a bit, and then you grab hold of the coming out thread, which was the one that went in, with the pair of pliers, and you tug. As long as you've got loose threads on the end, the far end, you can tug on it, and it works really, really well. So I've been using my pliers because it's better than trying to grab hold of it, because of course if you're trying to grab hold of it with your fingers can slip and you don't really notice. So I have a bit like my lace stuff. I don't know what to do with it. But I do feel slightly more competent with it now. There are still things that I suck at, such as onion rings. And remembering, the main thing I'm bad at now is remembering to do the join. That is the hardest part for me. For some reason, it's why are you twisting? It's being annoying. But the hardest part for me definitely is remembering to do the joins, because you get so caught up in counting. I need so many of these, so many stitches, and then a picot. So many stitches and a picot. You forget to do the joins. Anyway, ads are about to happen. When the ads do, I'm going to quickly run off and have a wee, because otherwise I won't be able to concentrate. But hey, Tench, how you doing? Glad one of us is. Assume you're being sarcastic. Yeah. I'm definitely suffering from winter can't be arsed-itis, though. Awesome. That is awesome. I'm truly pleased for you. Absolutely am. Proper, honest and genuine. I wish I shared your experience, but yeah. I don't think we've got that cold, but we're certainly in the cold, wet season. The trees outside are all trying to bend in half at the moment, and it's wet, it's dark. I mean, it's like 2:30, and it's... If I didn't have this light on, I would be putting a light on. It's that dark, right? Now shut up, animals! And that just been really annoying. She is closer to being a kebab than ever before. Yes, you, madam. I still love you. Did you just try and puke on me? They're not that bad. Normally it's, you know, by sort of 8 o'clock in the morning it's bright enough. And normally till about 4 o'clock it's bright enough. But, anyway, ads are literally about to start. So, I am going to quickly run to the loo, because, well, good a time as any. I shall be right back. Why are you black? Why is my camera not cameraing? Hang on. The camera says it's cameraing. The camera app says it's good. There you go. It just obviously wasn't in the mood. Right. Still an ad break. Right. Let's clear this away. Oops. Didn't mean to bang my table. There we go. Hurrah! Hopefully you're all back from the advert break now. So it is time. Time we stopped talking and time we actually did some lace making. Well, it is mostly, I hope, while you're here. Snug you up. I need to lift you up a little bit because you're in my way. Thank you, microphone. So check where everybody's at. We must be getting to a point where we're almost ready to wrap it round the twig at the back. I think one of the things that hasn't been helping with my motivation for this is it's not that I'm unmotivated, and I've said this many times. I do want to see this done. I am excited to see the end product. But I keep having sore fingers, and not from doing this, just in general. So, as you may recall, I had a point in time where this bit was kind of open and sore, and then I had this bit that was open and sore, and with all these open and sore bits, every time I picked up my bonds, it really stinking hurt. And, well, it doesn't exactly motivate you to come and do it. And so, I do feel this has been contributing to my struggles of it all. And, you know, I apologise profusely, because, you know, it's not much of a good excuse, really. But it's all I've got. And, yeah, I could do with, you know, hibernation for sure. That'd be great. Hibernating would be the best thing in the world, so... I mean, part of me finds it odd that animals hibernate. Now, hear me out. During the warmer months, they do daytime shit and sleep at night, so they get sleep all year. But come the winter and it gets cold, they find a cushy place and they crash out for a bunch of months. Now, some of them don't. So, for example, like squirrels don't really hibernate. They do less, but they've squirreled away food for the winter months. So they wake up occasionally, have a snack and go back to bed, right? I mean, who can't want that lifestyle, right? Purple squirrels. Fucking purple squirrels. Tenchi, you know how triggering purple squirrels are. For all of those who do not know, I had a dog called Fiona. And I love Fiona very much. But Fiona had a fascination with a Kong toy that was purple squirrel. So, for those who do not know, hang on. Let me do this. Just quickly check this is what you see. It says no. Hang on. Let's do it a different way then. So, there you go. This was squirrel. This is purple squirrel. He doesn't look very squirrely to me. He looks more like a beaver, but because he's got a squirrel kind of a tail passed to his back. But this was purple squirrel. Purple squirrel was the bane of my life during her time with me, and I fucking hated this thing. Mainly because she was a collie. Now, I do mean that. You can, I can. So, in short, it was just a simple con toy, but she loved purple squirrel. And being a collie, she had hyper focus, right? Using the phrases of the day, you know, where, you know, ADHD people can hyper focus. She hyper focused on purple squirrel must be thrown. So, chuck, bring it back, chuck, bring it back. You must throw it the moment she brings it back. All waking hours. This is her preference. All the time she's awake, you must be throwing purple squirrel. Now, it's a bit like someone kicking the back of your chair or tapping a pen. Someone sitting there kind of going, isn't annoying. A few hours later, you want to fucking shove it up where pencils don't go, for example, right? Some people have lesser tolerance, some people have greater tolerance. But certainly, by a couple of hours, you've got to the point of, you tap that one more time, sunshine, and you're not, you know, they're going to have to surgically remove it from you, right? And purple squirrel became this. To the point, when Fiona's day was done, I sent her off with a purple squirrel. I was not having that thing in the house. I was not going to have more purple squirrels. Now, we're quite lucky with these. I'm quite lucky with these two, in that they do have toys that they like. Amy especially, because it is a girl thing, as a whole. She likes Hefflump, Dino. Yeah, she's looked at me. Yes, I'm mentioning your toys. Go back to sleep. She quite likes those, because the elephant, if I say that, she won't react, has really crinkly plastic in the ears, and it is proper crackly, crinkly bit. The dinosaur, which again won't trigger her, is pink. It's a bit like Barney, really. Let's call it Barney. Hello. What? Are you awake now? You just coming to tell me you're awake. Was that a chewy burp? Was it? Okay. What? What? Hello, dear. Oh, the hard life of a little puppy dog who slept with me till I got up half past one, and then and now you're getting ready for your main snooze, are you not? Yeah, you go do that. Hang on, this isn't right. Well, it is, but it's not. I need to. So she likes her toys, but she's not as hyper focused. Oh, look, a spam bot. Let me just put this pin in, and we shall finish the stitch so that I don't forget, and then go kill off the idiot spam bot, because we don't like spam bots. And I really wish Twitch would do a bit more about them, because if I can use their tools to spot it, why can't they? It's almost not a stream if I don't have a spam bot, you know. And I think part of the reason they target me is because my viewers are quite so small. You know, if I had a couple of thousand, I don't think they'd tell me to try and buy so many views. Right. Yeah, that's a bit too far, actually. Just looking back. That's good. Right. So, my heart's... I just generally have been lacking motivation in all things. It is not lace making specifically. So, as I say, I do apologise, but... I am a firm believer of, while there are times where you have to do things like household chores, if you've got something you enjoy doing normally and you force yourself to do it when you don't, when you're not in the mood, it makes it become a chore. It becomes something you start not resenting is almost the word for it, is that you begrudge doing it. You then start associating it with having to do it, not because you can. And of course I am making this because I can. So I don't want there to be, I've got enough negativity in my life, I don't need to add to it. So if I'm not in the mood, forcing myself to do it is not the answer. Yeah. And I mean, I do a thing called Finch. And that's kind of borderlining that, because, which reminds me I haven't done it this morning, is that you go in, right? So, you've got Finch, there he is, little man, right? And you've got a number of tasks that you do throughout the day, and you tick them off. So I've got out of bed, woohoo! I've washed my face, and I've got myself a drink. So I've done all of those things, right? And then, of course, like everything, there's all of the, you've got to click on all these extra things and get the fake internet points and all the rest of it. But the problem is, I mean, it's supposed to be a bit of a motivational positivity thing, but I'm beginning to find it, yeah, it becomes the pointless clicker. It becomes the, yeah, fuck it, I did that, or even if you didn't, it becomes the tick box of your day, and it's not. I mean, I like the idea of it, but the practicalities, because you've got to open the, I know it sounds stupid, but because you can't click on, a task from the main screen of your phone, you've got to open the app, and then it's get like, you've got a mail from, and it'll be, or he goes off, and you've got to do enough things before he'll go on an adventure for the day. So if you haven't clicked it early enough, right, because most of his adventures seem to be about 6 hours, he goes off for a day, and then he comes back and asks you, like, yesterday was about a book, and it was, what was the book? Was it Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs or something? Anyway, he found a book yesterday, and but there is all of this bit, and you're kind of going, but if I don't remember to click enough of the bits before, say, 7 o'clock at night, well, 6 hours later is 1 in the morning. I'm not waking up for the little shit bag. It's it becomes, as you said, it becomes the second job, clicking all the buttons to keep the bloody, it's like having a Tamagotchi. When you first get it, oh cute, oh it's hungry, oh I'll feed it. After a while it's like, yeah, fuck it, just die. There is a bit of you that kind of, it becomes a chore, and I don't know quite how to combat that, because lots of things feel forced, you can't do it when you're in the mood. You've got this thing nagging you in the back of your mind, saying you should be doing this, you should be doing this, and you're kind of like, but I don't have to. No one's going to die if I don't. Nothing's going to, the world's not going to implode. It's not going to start rotating the other way around. There is no actual deviance if I don't. So it is, for me, I think it is something I'm struggling with at the moment. I think it's partly because I know that deep down I am not happy in my soul. I'm not grossly unhappy. I'm just kind of meh, right? And when you're, I mean, I'm not going to say I don't enjoy doing this, because that's not the case. But a bit like the squares thing, when I realised that the squares were not going to be what I wanted, you kind of fall out of love with it a little bit. And it's not that you hate them. I just knew it was a waste of my time, so I really struggled to do it. With this, I'm still really excited. I mean, proper. If this could be the last strip, I would be the happiest girl alive, because I'm so excited to see the end and see the end result and have it and be, you know, be happy. But I don't actually want to do it. Oh, thank you, doorbell. Hurrah! Pills and potions, man. Alright. So that's my anti-migraine pills for the next month. That's brilliant. That's what I need for those. Right. Now I've got to wedge myself back in where I was. Right, so, as I said, it's not that I don't want to do it. It's not that I dislike doing it. I'm just not finding joy while doing it. I like looking at it. I like the end result. I love the fact that I made it. It's a bit like the dogs. I love the dogs, but they're irritating right now. And I'm finding things to be more irritating than joy bringing at the moment. And this is my struggle. And I think part of it is because when I'm at work, I'm struggling with stuff at work. Not the doing of work, that's the easy bit. Hello, Rory. Rory, my darling, I can't flip bobbins if you're... when... now I'm losing track of which way round I'm going. That way round. Right. Hello. Did you need a hug? Yeah, I kind of want to hibernate, to be fair. Hello, Rory. You are getting a hug, my man. You are. Rory has asserted his presence under my right arm for a hug, haven't you? Because this is what Rorys do. They slowly creep up, and then they are here, right in front of my nose. Can I eat your ears? Chomp your ears. Hey. Oh, little man. You are my little man. You are. And it is Nugget Day today. It is. You know today it's Nugget Day. You lie down. There you go. Today is Nuggets Day. It is Nugget Day. I fancy kebab though. Don't know if kebab place does nuggets. I have a hankering for a decent weight of meat, and kebab sounds really good. For those who do not understand, kebab is kind of a British thing. It's not. It's somebody else's that we've Britished up. In essence, when someone says kebab, the default kebab is a doner kebab, or doner kebab, because it looks like a dead leg on a stick. And basically it's a load of mince with minced lamb with herbs and shit that gets packed onto a big spit that rotates round and round in front of one of those like 80s fires almost. So it's kind of a hot... the only way I can explain it is the 80s fires is you have like a ceramic kind of waffle with a metal grid in front of it, and the whole waffle heats up and slowly cooks the dead leg, right? And then as the outer bits become crispier and cooked, they scrape it off with a really sharp knife, so you get these thin kind of like, almost like carrots. You know when you potato peel, you get like the thin slices. You basically, but it's a knife, you potato peel off chunks of meat. And then those go in a pita bread with a bit of salad if you let them. Or if you manage to say no, they don't put salad in it. Preferably a big bucket of chili sauce, some onions, and so basically you get a pile of meat. And this is what I'm craving today. I kind of woke up briefly at 8 o'clock this morning and was like, I really fancy a kebab. So my brain's been circling the kebab all day, even though I was asleep. So it's well up for a kebab right now. So kebab will need to be food of the day. But there are other types of kebabs. So there's shimmy kebabs and shish kebabs and other kebabs. And so you get ones where you have, say, chicken on a skewer. You have other ones where there's the minced beef, kind of the minced lamb or beef round a, I think it's always lamb, but minced round that's been formed around, so they look like really thin turds or sausages. Usually because they're squashed, they're a bit lumpy, so they look a bit more turdy than sausage. Those are really nice. When I used to do gymnastics, on the way back there was a guy in Greenford High Street who sold the squashed things, and for £5 you got 5 of those in a pit, not in a pita bread, in a naan bread. Now if you've ever had naan bread, that is a glorious thing. And he had special extra hot chili sauce just for me, because I'd come every Sunday. And this thing literally was like this. Yeah, this thing was like this. Now, they're quite short, so because obviously a naan bread is kind of this sort of size, right? So they put the meat in the middle and then they wrap it up. So it's like this to hold, though. And fuck me, was that good? I definitely, I had some friends, they kind of went, can we try one of your kebab? And I'm like, yeah, I'm sure he's there. So we drove down to Greenford and there he was. And they all had one and they were kind of like, you eat that? And I'm like, oh yeah. Oh yeah. I said, don't have the same hot sauce I do, but I said, they've come to try your kebab. They probably don't want my hot sauce though. Because, and so he made them and they really enjoyed it, but I think they ate one between them. And it's like, I'm going thinking, I could really eat 2 of these. Because it's a bit like going swimming. I'm sure many of you have had this when going swimming. When you... No, we don't Yeah, I know. Yeah. Yeah, whatever. We don't... Well, you can have chips, but you pay for the chips. You don't normally get chips with it. Normally, if you buy a kebab, you get just the kebab. If you walk up to the kebab van and go, hey, can I have a kebab? You will get a kebab. You don't get anything else. They'll ask you, do you want anything else? In which point you can say onion rings, fries, whatever, right? But a kebab is just a kebab. Now, some places do with chips. They're usually more expensive because it comes with chips. There is... A kebab is generally a British thing, as a whole. Lots of people kind of weird out when you say kebab and go, is that a gyro? And I'm like, or gyro or whatever. And I'm like, I've no fucking clue, dude. I don't know what you call them. We call them kebabs, and that's all I know, right? So... I think it is one of those weird things, is that ours descend from Greek origin. Now, they're obviously the British take on what the Greeks do. So you can have mint sauce in it. It sounds really gross. that you'd have minced lamb with herbs and stuff, mint sauce, chili sauce, onions, salad. It sounds really weird, but it does work. Because it's basically yogurt with a bit of mint in it, and it kind of lightens the mood, shall we call it. But it is a bizarre combination. But for me, it's not a kebab without chili sauce. It really isn't. Rory, you can't really get any closer, my man. You're in the way, but you can't get any closer. I have dog. He's just here. Hence, this is basically as far as I can actually reach without squashing him. Because he's being a little needy. But a lot of the time he's needy is because he knows I'm not quite right. Because he is my little nurse. He is Rory the nurse. He lives up to that very well. And he just knows that hugging puppies is a good thing. That's all he knows, is that maybe he can cure it with hugs. And it is really sweet, if you think about it, is that he knows that while you're hugging him, your heartbeat slows, because that's what kind of thing happens when you do that. And that you become more calm, more restful. And they can tell that. And so they grow to believe that, honestly, their love will fix it. And to an extent, of course, it does. Because he is very wonderful. Little crackhead is slightly harder to love because she doesn't sit still long enough. But he's very good. He's a good boy. He is. Yes, you are. My good boy. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Oh, it's a hard life being Rory's. It is. Although licking my hands is something you know I am not very happy with. But yes, he is a good boy. Should we scratch your ear? Scratch your ear. His ear needs special scratches. Oh, I'm trying to do lace making, my man. I am. You had lots of huggies. You have. You had huggies half the night. You did. Because when I woke up, you were still there. You did. You did have huggies. It's kind of funny. They take turns in having best spot, which is spot by my head. On the pillow next to me. And they take turns. They take turns in having best spot. My dogs have always done taking turns. I don't know quite what it is, because it's not something I train them to do, right? But they do tend to take turns so that they each get a share. I mean, Fiona and Maddie used to do it with playing. They didn't play together. Oh no, we didn't play together. They didn't. To be honest, I don't even think they would. I wouldn't even necessarily say they liked each other. They just happened to live together. But they didn't play together. But they did take turns. So it would be playtime, and Fiona would be bringing Purple Squirrel, and Maddie would say, "Bring a ball," and they'd form a queue. There was not, "You've thrown something, we'll both chase it." If you threw Purple Squirrel, Fiona went after it. If you threw something else, Maddie would go after it. So they would always take turns, and these two are a little like that. And of course they met Maddie, so maybe that was part of it. But maybe they partly learned, because when we used to play ball a little bit down the hallway, because it was this time of year when I got them, so cold, wet, not exactly go out in the garden and play fetch kind of moment. We did play a little ball down the hallway because they was littles. Maddie would probably make them take turns in getting the ball, and I wonder if that's part of it. But they take turns in getting best. So much, even sitting on me, they don't tend to. Sorry, Rory, I just want to squash you a minute. Put this pin in before I forget, because I'm staring at it and it's kind of weighing on my soul. There we go, like that. It's kind of fun to have dogs that will have their own things, that are independent of each other, that, despite being brother and sister, that they're not kind of, we've got to be doing everything together right here, right now, that, they don't try and both leap on me at the same time all the time, and that if one's getting a hug, the other one must be having a hug. They'd occasionally do that. But like now, she's curled up at the end of the couch, and he's sitting on me. So, surveying the world, Mr. Lordship. Lord Fluffington. I need to do some mace making, my friend. Because it's been an hour, and I've done fuck all. Yeah. My man. Right. You can stay there, but you're going to have to kind of live with the fact that I'm going to be doing something else while I'm doing it. And that I am not going to be hugging the dog. Get your nose out. No! Apparently he needs my left hand. I want my left paw. It's mine. Stop licking it. You know I don't like licked hands. Put up with nearly anything else. Stop licking my hand. Dog noses. There's a little black dog nose. Yes. This one. Some of it is because I'm talking to you. And they think I'm talking to them. Because there's nobody else here. Isn't it? You assume it's all about you. Yes, you do. Head scratches. Head scratches are the best. Oh, piss off now. Rory, no, stop licking my hand. Oh. No, what did I just say about licking? Now, don't just sneakily lick it some more. Reaching around the dog, it's not easy. I'm glad you're comfortable. slowly creeping forward. You can't totally sausage on my lap. There's just not enough room. I've already got more of you than I require. I do. Okay. I have more of you than I need. Because there is Pup here. Listen to the hollow dog. The hollow, half-starved animal. The animal who hasn't eaten in centuries. Even though I gave him a biscuit earlier. You've eaten more than I have today. Yeah. I'm not helping, animal. Because I can't reach the table without knocking it. Because you're knocking it because I'm leaning forward. You're in the way, my man. You are. I don't like to turf you off. I don't. But I want to do some lace making. I do. I would like to achieve something. To get that dopamine of achievable. And you're now looking out the back going, it's fucking horrid out there. Yes, it is. There isn't enough room on my lap for you too. There really isn't, my man. Come on, off you go. Come on. Hey, don't do the dead dog sleep thing. Come on, off you go. Come on. Come on. Don't be... Come on, off you go. Enough now. Hugs have been had. They have. Don't grumble. Come on. Oh. Right, you sit there. You sit there. Oh my god, I can reach my table once more. Right. It's a good boy. It's not that you're not loved. No! No, do not be coming... I don't mind the head end. But I need to do my thing. I do. I'm trying to be happy and do thing. I am. Oh, I kind of want to. I am. I'm sort of, as motivated as I can get these days. This is what I want to be doing. And it's not that I don't love you. It's not. Lie down next to me, not on me. And there's kind of a compromise scenario. Rory! He's calling back just where I booted him off. Rory, my little man. Can we not? Can we not, please? Yes, I know you love me. You do. Yes, you do. I know. Because I love you too. I do. But not enough to have a dog constantly in the way. Little man. That was Rory headbutting the thing. Little man. I do love you. I really do. I do. I do. His nose must be millimetres from view. Can you please piss off though? Yes. I do love you. I do. I do. There's water in the kitchen. There is. There's plenty of place to sit. There is. And all of them, I thought I will love you just as much. I will. Yes, you are. You are very good. But you're being a pain in the arse right now. Because I can't even get my hand... Oh, that's right, you fall over. Yeah. You fell off my fat thighs once again. Look at this dog ear down here. You sit there and be a good boy. Sit still, Rory. Seems weird that for a while we were happily stonking down an inch a day, and then for the last month almost we've struggled to make a couple of inches. And I think that kind of shows where my brain's at, is that it's not that I don't want to do it, it's just that it's really struggling to do it at the right times. But never mind. You know, it's not a race. It's not like I've got a deadline. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10. But obviously, in true kind of streamer format, if I don't stream regularly, you guys will bugger off and do other things and forget me, because that's how it works. Now some of you won't, because, well, some of you won't, but some of you will, and that doesn't help, because obviously one of the things that is kind of motivating is to have conversations with you guys, and I love it. I do love having conversations with you guys. It's you know, about whatever we talk about, or you know, at the time, because you know it's been varied over the months. This is a complete mess because a load of the bobbins got loose. Right. So we need to loosen some of them. Sure, of course it is. Drink. That's what I need. I'm sorry, did I disturb his lordship? You don't look awake, my friend. You really, really don't. Just lie down. I know there isn't a lot of room. I know, just lie down. There, that's a perfect place for a puppy to lie down. Because then I've got maximum room myself. Yes. Yes, I know. Little half puppy snores here. He's actually awake. So if you can hear him. He sounds like an asthmatic animal. He's not. He's just half asleep. sleepy puppy. proving very hard to make lace around a sleeping dog, but he is being insanely cute. I think you're lying on my phone, Mama. I do. Can't even take a picture of him. Hello, miss. Hello. Hello, puppy. Good girl too. Everybody, you're just being a bit too needy. You are. You are a little too needy. Yes. I'm pretty sure Rory's sleeping on the phone, or I would have taken a photo of him. There it is. Extract the phone. Oh, my foot's gone to sleep. Which accessories, Tinch Tinch? Oh, these! Yeah, these are cool. Got these as well. I mean, like a lot of things, there are the essentials, and then there's the it's cute factor, or it helps factor, right? So, for example, potentially, there are these. These are special bobbins that you wind the string on. You then poke your string through the hat. She says something under it. That's right, blowing it tends to bring the string down the hat. I'll just let go and it sprung back up. Yep. That's right, it's just hiding out of view. There it is, right? So, and then as you work, it covers up all the stuff, so you don't end up manhandling this like you do these. But I also have, which would be difficult to reach at the moment, ones that work a little like a lip seal. So it's very much based upon this idea with the hat, only the hat's more snug. You know. Sorry, Rory, I'm going to have to move and touch things and, you know, well, have a life. I apologise for that. Let me see if I can't wheedle one out of its... Hang on. You sit there, dog. So, then you have these. So these are much like those in that there is the bobbin. That is not string loaded on the bobbin. That's to keep the hat on. Right? So you wind the string around this little nub here. Right? This little tiny bit of nub. And then you poke it in and out through the holes. So that acts as a thing. And then you twist it in a direction to shorten and lengthen it. And again, this means that you're not handling it. The only problem was, I could only buy a handful of them. That's all they had. If they'd had a load more, I probably would have bought more. But these, remember I used to bang on about the kind of price per bobbin, whereas these work out as pence, these ones here, because I made them. These things are the most expensive bobbins. Well, these don't look expensive, do they? I mean, you know, they really don't. These were, I think, nearly £9 each. So, yeah, buying a load would, you know, if I needed to buy the 84 or whatever it is to make this project, I'd be bankrupt. But they didn't have that many. They only had about 8, I think it was. And that's the problem, I think, with a lot of it, which is why I love these. Because I love how these look. Not because I made them, but because I love the black and silver. I love it looks really expensive, but it ain't. Sorry, just put this back where it came from. So yeah, I managed to buy 8 of the kind of lip seal twisty ones. But that was plenty, you know. That was plenty hard on the pocket, you know. You can just see, just down here, this little dog nose. Little dog nose. He's being a good boy, but he's trying to sleep and we're interrupting his sleep. Yeah. Really, is my table the best pillow you've got? I mean... Oh, man. My table back. The angle. No, apparently I can't have my angle back. There's a dog head in mine. Oh, sleepy puppies. Very sleepy. But yeah, I think the problem with lace making is there's so many types of pillow, so many billions of bobbins, so many, you know, there are all these choices, and finding one that you like, because like all things, you know, some are more suitable to certain lace making styles than others. Some are just personal preference in general. So for example, you couldn't really make squares on one of these roller pillows because you need to turn it 90 degrees, and obviously, well, that doesn't really work with one of these. Rory, I need you to move your head, my man. Move your head up a little bit so I can move my thing. There. Right. So I've got a bit more reach. There you go. So, you know, you've got the square pillows, you've got these rollery pillows, you've got the big bolstery pillows. And then some bobbins work better on a flat surface than dangling. Some are designed to dangle. So these are designed for dangling so that gravity keeps the hat down. The twisty ones, again, are more for dangling than flat, although do work flat, obviously, because the hat stays on. And to be honest, the same's true with tatting. Although realistically you have shuttle string done, there are many styles of shuttle, and I do have problems with some of them. I showed this the other day, so if I grab my tin of, because as you know I have tins for everything, right? Somewhere in the bottom of here, should be hard to find. There's one. Where's the other one? There it is. I bought a wooden one because, you know, wood, cool, right? And they wouldn't originally be made of plastic. But the problem is, if I release enough string that you can actually do anything with it, hang on, bear with me one moment. Because as you know, I'm not very good at doing things at arm's length, but there's things at arm's length and then there's things at arm's length, so bear with me while I unwind some string. I still need a bit more. It's the other thing I find with tatting is you need a hell of a lot of string. Right, so if I was going to make something out of this is very comfortable to hold because it's shaped. But the moment I go to do this, there isn't really the clearance for my thumb and the shuttle, especially if I'm trying to do, you know, because the first one you go under and then you've got to come back over, but I can't now clear that bottom bit easily, and then to come back through, the top catches, and so, which is why a lot of them are pointy boat shaped, is so that, you know, this would have a closed point this end, is so that it helps go round the string. And these were fucking expensive, but they're really hard to work with. Now, it may be that over time I will improve and I will be able to work better with them. But until then, it's really, really hard. Now, maybe I need to put it in fat end first. But it's just complicated. Unnecessarily complicated. So you see, tension. Here was an earlier thing I made with tatting. I haven't sewn it all together, and I forgot to join some bits. So this was. So colour work is a lot easier with tatting. But one thing I do find with tatting is that it looks like tatting. It can't look like anything else, because it's made out of chains and loops. So it will always, it looks a lot like, it looks more like crochet than it does, say, bobbin lace. And there is a thing called crow tatting, where you have a hook instead of a needle that I've used to make stuff, because this is a needle tat project that I am underway. So you make, I just make individual little flowers and attach, as you go, you attach them. And I had kind of plans for this. One thing I do like about this is because it is so much looser, it screws in a knot, but it also drapes. Tatting itself tends to be stiffer. So there's an individual little doody done the other way around with a blue middle and a white outer. And here's an original of the onion square that looks really tatty, but it was part of the process. So that, as you can see, you go up, you go down, and there I folded back on myself. And if I then take this one, if I move these out of the way, you can see the progression. Hang on, let's move everybody out of the way a bit. So there's the little one. This is the next size up kind of thing. So you have like your little bit, and instead of going round, you then come out this way and go round the other way. So there's the next size up. I haven't taken it off the bobbins yet because I haven't sewed the ends in, which is just downright laziness, but you know. So that's kind of a scrappy version of how that looks. And then obviously the pink and purple one is the next size up kind of thing. So this is half of the next one. And again, it's taken, you know, if I start it the right way up, so if I do this, because you start at the bottom, it all started here in kind of the same format, and then instead of stopping here, you go round on yourself to make that triangle. So now I'm going round to make the next big one. So there are a lot, you know, but this basically is that. If you look, I know it's white, but this is basically that. So that kind of lives on there like that. So you could just make a load of these and string them together and join them at the edges and call it quits. Or you can keep going and do it in one piece. The answer really doesn't matter which way around you do it. But this to me will always look like tatting because, you know, because white shows up better. You can always see that, you know, these, you know, there are loops, there are chains. That's it. Those are the only choices. When you've got bobbin lace, there are a lot more choices, and of course it's a lot more transparent in that sense. That's right, my bobbins are mated. Hang on. This is the thing that I hate about bobbins. How have you mated? Okay. But one thing I do like about tatting is if I was to go to wait at the doctor, or I was to go to the hospital and sit in their waiting room, I can take this with me. Because, well, it's literally a handful. And I don't need anything else to sit and work on that for potentially a while to come. I mean, I've still got plenty of thread on my bobbins, so I could sit for quite a while in the waiting room working on this. I don't need pins, I don't need a cushion, I don't need scissors, I don't need glue. I literally just need 2 bobbins with string on it, and out will come the thing at the bottom. So I quite like that about it. The reason I say hospital appointments is because I got phoned up and told I've got a hospital appointment on the 20th of December. Mainly because they got pissy with me. I think it was August. Well, supposed to be August. I think I got a letter at the beginning of September. Dear Miss Kimber, how fucking dare you? You missed your appointment. What appointment? I think they phoned me actually, and it was like, Miss Kimber, you missed your appointment. Did I? What appointment? I didn't get no appointment. You know, if I'd known about it, I'd have come. Oh, well, we'll make you a new appointment, she said, you know, and you know, I'll ring you back and confirm when it is. Didn't hear from them. So a few weeks later, kind of beginning of, well, I think it was middle of October, ring, you know, I rang them and kind of left a message, you know, hi, it's me, you know, I was supposed to be getting a letter about an appointment, but I haven't heard anything. You know, feeling a bit conscious that, you know, that I was supposed to be getting one, haven't heard. Heard nothing. Got another letter. Dear Miss Kimby, how dare you miss your appointment? Well, first of all, you said you were going to call back. You didn't. Secondly, I phoned to chase you and you didn't reply. You didn't ring me back. Don't be pissy with me if I've chased you and going, I haven't heard. Because as it turned out, I rang them on the Monday. Apparently the appointment was on the Wednesday. Well, if you'd answered then, I'd have been there. Because I'd have known on the Monday and I'd have gone on the Wednesday. But you didn't. So don't be mad at me when I rang to check and you didn't tell me. Alright? So I got a phone call yesterday morning. Hello, Miss Kimber. It's the CT department. Hello. You're supposed to be having... We've got an appointment. We're booking an appointment for you. Yeah, whenever. 20th of December. Okay. And, you know, in the general hospital. Yeah, okay. I'll be there, darling. So... And it's a Saturday, which is a bit weird, but whatever. It sounds really weird, because obviously hospitals are 24/7. But for some reason, it always feels a bit weird if the hospital appointment's over the weekend, because you'd like to think it's kind of minimal effort over the weekend. But, you know, don't eat for 3 hours beforehand. Oh, that's easy, because it's 11:30, it's 11:50 in the morning or something. I probably won't have thought to eat, you know. It's very rare I wake up and have, like, bacon sandwiches for breakfast, so I'll try not to have bacon sandwiches for breakfast. I've just realised. When did I book that? I might have to change my Tesco booking. Because I booked... It sounds really stupid, but you have to book early for your Christmas thing. Oh no, I booked it for that evening. And it was the same day, but it's that evening. So, I booked it for 6 to 7 in the evening. It's weird to think that that's... Christmas Day is basically 40 days away. It's a bit weird, isn't it? But yeah, that's alright. As long as I didn't book it for the morning or lunchtime. Because if they're running late, you know, I might not be home for a few hours. So, oh, little man. I'm not getting much done because there's this beautiful little puppy sleeping on my leg, and his sister's just spoiled everything. Oh, ow! Oh. For fuck's sake, dog. She does this. I swear she does it out of jealousy. Yeah. We're always going to steal the spot at the end of the couch. You'll have to make do with the bit in the middle then, little mess. You will? Yes. Right, now he's gone to look out back out the window. She's going to steal the spot at the end of the couch. And squish. I'm being squished by a little brown dog. Squish. Trample, trample. Ow. There really are bits of me that are not designed to be used as paw rests, you know? Amy? I don't think you do know, but it's a bit like if I stood on your ear in stilettos. You wouldn't like it, no. There are bits of me that do not appreciate dog paws. And that's as far as I can reach. Darling. I'm hungry. I am. My stomach just went growl. It did. My stomach said it was very hungry. And that kebab is calling my name. Yes. Speaking of kebabs, let's see what the man from the kebab shop says. Let's have a look at kebab shops. Sometimes the price of these things is enough to make your eyes water. I thought this lot did kebabs. I thought you did kebabs. Do you not do kebab? I could have sworn you did kebab. Apparently not. Okay. I thought they did kebab. Oh, the wacky burgers might. Opens at 4:15, that's fine. They do kebabs, it was not my imagination. Oh, it can have naga sauce on it. Oh, that's gotta happen. That's so gotta happen. Oh, definitely having one of them. Shut up! Oh, and they do nuggets, and they're cheap as well. We like that. When ordering nuggets for the dogs, so from this lot, I can have 8 nuggets for £2.50. So dogs get £2.50 of nuggets. Hello. Yes. Some of them want £8 for like 8 nuggets. I don't tend to buy nuggets from them, but you know, some of them, the cost of nuggets can be really fucking expensive. I do feel I need something a little bit more than kebab though. Maybe some chips, cheesy chips sounds nice. Right. I shall have that. If I go back and search for nuggets, for example, so they're all fucking veggie ones, it's not the same. 8 chicken nuggets, 5. Hang on. Yeah, 8 chicken nuggets, £5. 10 chicken nuggets, £7. 6 chicken nuggets, £6. 10 nuggets, £7.50. Who's that? Oh, they sound alright. 6 nuggets, £5.29. 12 nuggets for £7. 10 nuggets for £5. 10 nuggets for £7.49. 15 nuggets for £7. That sounds like a really good fucking deal. Where's that from? Oh, that's from them. The only problem with them is they got cheap food and really expensive delivery. 10 nuggets, £7. Fuck off. 10 nuggets, £7.50. 10 nuggets, £6.45. 10 nuggets, £5.99. 6 for £4.50. 10 for £6.50, 12 for £9.50, undisclosed number, 8 for £5, doesn't say how many, 20 nuggets for £10. Jesus Christ, that's a lot of nuggets. Who's that from? Kebab burger. Okay. That's a lot of fucking nuggets for £10. I mean, Kebab Burger do good burgers, by the way. And I used to have them at my old house. I'm surprised they've come this far, actually. They used to do really good chicken burgers as well. I haven't had them for ages, because, well, they didn't deliver here, so... But yeah, lots of people do nuggets. McDonald's is 6 for £6, basically. Oh my goodness! Hello everybody. I was just eyeing up dinner because I have hankerings for food. My stomach is growling at me. Fantastic may not be the word I'd have in mind for it. Yes, I made these. Thank you, Dench. So, yes, I did make these. These are really easily made. You start off with... Hang on. Because I have one to hand. Little wooden sticks that you buy off Amazon, or... You have to get the hardwood ones, though. Don't buy bamboo ones. They're just pants. But I then coloured mine with a Sharpie, so hence the black. I did put a layer of varnish on it so to help stop it rubbing off, because Sharpie is a tad over pigmented and it does tend to rub off. I then glued some beads on the end, and ta-da. Now I happened to pick metal beads because I wanted really heavy bobbins, and I ended up with these, which I really love. So, but they do weigh quite a lot. They feel like they're solid metal, in part because, well, there's four beads. There's 1, 2, 3, and 4, and a ball bearing at the end of it. So these are solid metal ball bearings. It's not like a little half ball bearing. They are 7mm ball bearings stuck on the end. So there is considerable weight to them, but it does help with they stay where you put them, which kind of like. But I do have plethora of other bobbins, to be honest, but I really love these, partly because I made them, but partly because I loved how classy they look while being really cheap. They are the cheapest bobbins that I own, which makes me laugh. So, for your knowledge, I am making a net curtain, as in for a window net curtain. I'm making it in strips because life is practical, and I suffer from what I term bobbin anxiety, in that if I tried to make it in one piece, which I could have done it in one piece, there's no reason, well, there is a reason I couldn't do it in one piece, bobbin anxiety. I get flustered with too many bobbins. Now, I'm kind of used to this many, so there's 84 here, and I'm kind of cool with that. But I do find that too many bobbins on the pillow just kind of weirds me out slightly at the edges, because I'm sure as you've watched with Bobbin and Banter, threads love to tangle, tweak, mess around, and the more of them you have, the worse it is, right? And while you try and keep them under a bit of tension and under control, they don't half love to get away. But I have also been secretly learning to tat. So exactly, and that's, oh, I know, and I hate to say it, but 54 pairs don't go very far, does it? I mean, this is what, 3 inches, and it's, you know, however many fucking pairs that is, 8 for, 40 something pairs, 48 pairs or whatever it is, 42 pairs or something, 44 or something. But I've been learning to tat, so this is something I have been working on this week. Struggling with it, because again, twisty threads, tangly, plus slightly sensory issues. I struggle with the thread and it getting in the way and hanging onto it, and it, because I'm at a point where I've always had a thread. I am not a colour lady. Everything I own is beige, right? Hence the colour of my jumper, right? But ever since I was a child, hot pink and methylated spirits. I don't know what it was, but that colour pair always drew me. So when I picked the colours to make a colourful one, hot pink and as near to methylated spirits as I could get, it was just a thing. So I have. It is. I don't even like the colour purple, and I especially am not a pink girl. But pink and purple, I do love how they go together. But the problem I have with this is that because you're constantly flipping it to work on it, I struggle with holding on to it and then turning it over and having the right bit, and I struggle with this. And this is... It's a bit like crochet in the sense that, it's kind of all fiddly with your hands, and, you've got to hang on to it just right to work on it. And bear in mind, I love crochet. I'm enjoying this. And as I said earlier to the guys, is that one thing I do like is that is all I need. If I want to, if I had to go to the doctor and I knew that, because they're always like an hour behind, well, I could take this with me, because, well, all I need is this. I can't take this, but I can take this. So this, I think, is quite a nice... It's something you can do while watching telly, waiting for a bus, in a meeting. Quietly, you can do, because I work from home, so you can kind of do it in a meeting. If it's one of those meetings that you've got to attend, and you sit there going, what the fuck am I here for? You can quietly kind of tap, so you're there, you're listening, you can talk and join in should the need arise, but you're also doing something else. Now, obviously, 99% of the time, I'm actually working when I'm in meetings, but occasionally, nah. Occasionally, it's that kind of, so you booked a meeting during my lunch break. Okay, I'm not going to work during my lunch break. I'm going to sit here in the meeting that you've enforced upon me, but I'm not going to actually do work while I do this. So I will confess to a small amount while I worked, but not a lot. Most of it was outside work, the after work wind down, the while watching something on my computer. Because I say watching TV. I stream a lot, but I don't stream my TV because, well, there's a pile of books in front of it. In fact, there's a pile of books on lace making in front of it, and then a big pile of lace making patterns, and I agree. I've seen those, and I thought about getting one, just because it is kind of cute. The problem is the size of what you can work on. Oh, it can only be about this wide, and that's quite limiting. If the roller on it was a bit more full width, so although you can see pretty much from the end of the roller, because one end of the roller's there, the other end of the roller's here on this one, so because I got this one with a really wide roller on it, if I tweak over a little bit, you can see there's the end of the pillow. The end of the pillow is not that far off the end of the roller. And to be honest, you don't really use it for much. I mean, in days of yore, they put pins in it, but that's kind of all you really do with it. So if the pillow kind of almost came down in this shape from here, or was straight, a square from there, it wouldn't be a problem. But the little travel pillow, it's got like, a maximum 2-inch roller. Bear in mind, you can't really use up to the edges. So you can only really make something that's like 1 inch wide, which is great if you're making, a lace edging for something, as long as it's a thin edging. But lace edging is less common these days. We don't generally put lace edging on our clothes. So to me, I almost can't see what I would use it for. But I love the idea of having a little kind of horseshoe thing that you kind of clamshell back up and carry away. So yeah, there's certainly a company here in the UK who have a travel pillow, and it really does seem like a good plan. But at the same time, I'd almost need to have a specific lace project that I wanted to make that would even remotely be reasonable to do it on. And if let's say I was going to fly out to America, so friends of mine are currently in America, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, if I was to be flying out to America, I could take it with me. It's obviously arguably quite bulky, so it would have to be your travel-on luggage, almost 90% of it. Well, he'll have a job then, she ain't got passports. It wouldn't let me in. But in principle, right, if I was to be flying out, I could take one with me, but I would end up making a project just for the sake of making a project while on the flight. I wouldn't be continuing on a current project. I would have to kind of almost force a project to be making with it. And that kind of defeats the point, which is why tatting is coming in. Because, as I said, if I wanted to go on a plane, I only need that. And maybe, look at how pink that is. But, maybe that. That would be pretty much all I need to take with me. That is highly travelable. I can stick that in a bag somewhere. That's not really... And of course, if I really wanted to, I could take the yarn off these balls and make them smaller by turning them into like yarn butterflies. For those who do not know what a yarn butterfly is, you wind it round and round and round and round your hand, and then almost like making a pom-pom, you wind it around the middle to hold it together. But you take from the bigger bit that went round your hand, so that the middle bit constantly holds it together. But yeah, I could turn these into yarn butterflies, which would be a lot smaller because obviously there's considerable air in the middle of these. I could take that with me. Easily take that with me. And it also progresses slightly faster, so you feel a little bit more achieved, shall we say. Now, I do know that there are lace makers out there who work at the speed of light. I am clearly not one of them. But this is this week's effort. And I've had to undo quite a few chunks of it because I keep forgetting to join it. But it's if I was to go on a long flight, I could probably have got most of that done in a flight over and get the other half done on the way back and come back with a square. Oh, by the way, I also bought multicoloured stuff. I know it's shiny and all the rest of it, so it's a bit harder to see. But I got this rather, frankly, slightly ugly. It looked better on the website, is all I was saying to that. And to be honest, I'm not actually sure this is the one I picked, but there we go. It might be. No, Rainbow Splash, I think it is. But this can look quite nice when tatted up, because obviously it's slightly variegated and the stitches kind of move along. So I got a bunch of them. And some black ones, just to, you know, as all crafters know, black is the work of the devil to work with. And well, I got some black ones because, well, it's great, why not? They make good borders, is the short answer. Black always works well as a border for things. So yes, but welcome to my madness. So, and you come undone. Part of the reason I put the ball bearings on the end is to make the rows, but possibly could have done with making it slightly bigger, because they do tend to come off, which is slightly irritating, but there's worse things in the world. It's just that when you haven't got the patience, they always seem to come off, you know. It's like all things. The moment you're not in the mood, it's like whenever you're late, all the traffic lights are red and every idiot's out driving at 5 miles an hour. When you're early, nobody's on the road, the sun is shining, all the traffic lights green, right? It's, you know, it is the way of the world. And frustrations are definitely part of it. Oh, and I also do my cloth stitch weird, in case someone is slightly noticing that I do weird stuff here. Yeah, I do cloth stitch a bit weird. But it's an efficient thing, so. It's a bit short. The other things you could take on the plane would be things like a spindle and do some spinning. But again, part of the problem with that is you need a bit more space for that. In that you need kind of like your ball of fluff, and then you need to be able to kind of drop your spindle, and you don't really have the leg room. Not that you need leg room per se, but you know, given that you can't exactly expand sideways, you do need to be able to drop the spindle, and you can, you know, you can hold it up, but, you know, constantly holding your arm in the air for 8 hours or whatever is going to be a bit much. So, spinning is not really the answer for so things like cross stitch can work, knitting, if they let you take knitting needles, crochet, if they let you take the crochet hook. But like a lot of these things, there are lots of things they don't want you to have. But little plastic tatting shuttles, well, I can't really do harm to nobody. I mean, you could ram them in somebody's eye, but, you know, because I've got a variety of shuttles now. So, to try and find out which one I like the most. So, they might object to these because they've got little metal hooks on the end. I can't see them objecting to this because, you know, other than it looks like something, you know, some form of orifice would be a problem. I've got these ones with, again, with little metal hooks on the end. Ignore the fact that there's bobbin on the end of that. And then I've got the wooden one, which, as I discussed, I struggle with, and so I would have a job to use this on a plane for 8 hours. So I'm just winding the thread back on because it's long and going to tangle with some shit in my tin if I don't. So I've got a wooden one. Now, again, they can't really object to the wooden one, but I find the height at the back here far too much to make tatting practical. I've got another one in here. There's another variety in here somewhere. And there's another one. There's a pure plastic one with a little pokey point on it. So, you know, I doubt they could argue about any of them. I quite like them. I've got a pure metal one. They might object to that because it's pure metal. So, you know, again, they probably wouldn't like that one. And there should be in here one more. There should be one more around here somewhere. I can't see it. Because I've got needles. Now, tatting needles I get on really well with, but they wouldn't like those. Because those are long and pointy and do a lot of damage with it. There it is. And then there's this one, which looks a lot like the other ones, except this one is magnetic. So I can see them having problems with that. And I quite like these. I really do quite like these, but they don't hold a lot of thread. Is the only problem I'm having with these. And they're a bit longer, but I quite like those. Yeah. I mean, we understand why they do it. But at the same time, when you're trapped in a little box, the cabin, for, you know, Christ knows how many hours of flight, right? Kind of need something to do. I mean, I'm an opportunist sleeper, but even I couldn't sleep my entire way. I'd want to do some stuff. You know, I'd want to start out doing some stuff and then have a nap, you know? Yeah, I would struggle terribly with boredom on a plane. I mean, when I was a kid, I flew to Africa a couple of times. And first time we went from, I think it was Heathrow to Schiphol, so Holland. And then Schiphol to Dar es Salaam, which is South Africa. But it was a temporary stop to go back up to the... I never quite understood why we... Because I need to explain that when the plane landed, they booted us all off and then couldn't put us back on the plane and take off. Well, they could have put us back on the plane, but they didn't put us back on the plane till later. Not because they were changing nothing or filling it or anything of the sort. The reason we couldn't take off is because there wasn't lights on the runway and they could see where they were going. So how did you land? Anyway... that was the excuse we were given. And I got heat stroke at 4 o'clock in the morning because it was ridiculously hot and not air conditioned. So we stopped at Dar es Salaam, which is quite near the bottom of South Africa, to go all the way back up to Tanzania. So it was a long ass flight, or a lot of flying, but I had my dad to talk to. But my dad smoked, so we were in the smoking section, which on the way back proved to be highly hysterical for all the wrong reasons. But it was a long flight. And it passed at the speed of a snail. We went to Egypt a couple of years later. Obviously, top of Africa. And kind of same problem, although I think we flew there fairly straight. But it's still fairly long flight. I mean, it's not ridiculous. It's not like going to China. Which my dad did, which makes me laugh. Because one of the reasons my dad didn't come visit where I live now, well, not where I live now, because I only bought it because he died, but you know, my old house, which is, you know, kind of a milestone throw from here, was because he claimed he couldn't do that length of journey. But he managed to sit all the way to China. The same year, because he went to China while I was living around here, but refusing to come because it was too far and he couldn't sit still that long. And it's like, but Dad, you do realise that the whole way down the A40, which covers most of England, by the way, so it doesn't really out me anyway, but all the way down the A40, there are places to stop constantly. To get out, have a walk, you know, relax your knees. Because a bit like me sitting here and I whine about my knees and my feet going to sleep, he used to suffer the same stuff while driving. Or while sitting, because, you know, he did. But you could have got out your fat Mercedes and had a walk. Because there are countless stops along the way. There's various petrol stations, various eateries along the way, pubs, lay-bys, the whole shebang. You almost can't go 5 minutes without another one. Could have tried. He did come up twice. Well, technically a third time, but he didn't know it because he was dead by then. But because he's in the back room now. Oh yeah. And I do far too much. Cheltenham now, aren't you? Yeah. I'm not in Cheltenham, but that's why. Because, like everything, my dad didn't live in London, but my dad was London, right? The easiest way to explain people is kind of like near his big major cities, and it's kind of like I don't even have a Cheltenham postcode, but it's that, you know, nearest big thing, and it's kind of like, so my dad was always London because technically he did live in the London borough of Hillingdon, right? But it's not London. So for those of you outside the UK who do not understand this, the London boroughs are inside the M25. Now, London is not inside the M25. There's lots of places that are inside the M25 that are distinctly not London. London is actually quite a small chunk in the middle. But London boroughs are the kind of I wannabes. It's a bit like the suburbs. It's if you have a big town, a big city, and then you have suburbs. It's a bit like, if you think of like in Back to the Future, you had Hill Valley. Hill Valley was not a city, but it was like a housing estate that was quite big, right? It's a bit like that. So if you think of, for want of better terms, villages are like housing estates, because they almost start off as a housing estate, right? But if someone says, where is that? You name the nearest big city, town, and then obviously one stage up from that is county. Well, there are various counties inside the M25 threshold. So there's Kent, there's Sussex, Essex, Middlesex, Berkshire. No, it's not Berkshire, it's Buckinghamshire, isn't it? I think Hampshire in there. You know, there's various ones. But if you're inside the M25, the nearest way to explain to someone quickly where roughly you are on a map is London, right? It's just if you point to London, it's not that far away, right? And as part of the London Borough and the Klingon wannabes, you're also on the London Underground, even though it's kind of stretched out to these outlying places. So they can be towns, they could be cities. They're not cities, but they are towns, and they have, you know, they have names, they have, you know, many facilities, you know, they are standalone little towns that mind their own business, but they're all part of the London Underground. And the London Borough of Islington, whatever, wherever you are, Islington is basically in London, so, but it is that kind of, you are associated loosely with, right? So my dad was in the London Borough of Hillingdon, and it was just one of those weird things, was that, you know, he wouldn't come the hour and a bit down the A40 to come and see me because it was too far. And then almost about a month later, I flew off to China to watch other people's children prance around in tutus. And I will always hold that against him. It is something, it's going to be one of those unresolved things. Because I did resent him for it. Because he wouldn't come see me get my karate black belt that I worked long and hard for. Bear in mind, obviously, he's only living with, you know, while he's got brothers and sisters, he doesn't speak to them, so, or he didn't speak to them, of course he doesn't now, but he didn't really speak to them, so, but it meant that his proper, only real contactable relative, you know, someone who he claimed to love with all of his heart kind of thing, and he couldn't be asked to come and watch me get my black belt at karate. And I was really hurt by that, just because, well, I was, because he would fly to China and watch other people's children doing, you know, one of their first abroad recitals, but he would not come and see me make my achievement. It's hard not to take that personal, you know? Because, you know, an hour in a fucking Mercedes is hardly, you know, hardship. But of course, it's an automatic Mercedes as well. So, you know, all he's got to really do is point the car and, you know, it goes there. But he would happily fly, you know, halfway around the world and for many hours, because flights to China are a long flight, as I recall. Gosh, something. How long? It's not how. How long is a flight to China from the UK? 10 to 13 hours. So he was prepared to sit in a plane and not do anything for 13 hours to see somebody else's children, not even people he knew, somebody else's children prance around in a tutu, but not come an hour down the road to see his daughter. I've not told resentment bit for that, really. You know, I feel justified in that, you know, if you're prepared to spend 10 hours for someone else that you don't even know, you know, especially when, on a few occasions, he would do the I need you to come and babysit my dogs, and I would have to drive to London after work to go and sit with his dogs, leaving my dogs unaccompanied, and then drive back at midnight when he got home. Hang on a sec, it might be important, it might not. Hang on. I do apologise for the extended delay in transmission. Now, it's someone I haven't spoken to for ages, so I did try and get rid of them, but we were having a bit of a chat, so I do apologise. But we are now back to usual business. I hope you didn't get too bored without me. Apparently, Trev had an exciting journey to work this morning, and usual kind of bitching about stuff, you know. I'm good. Hello, Rory. Hello, Amy. Oh, Jesus Christ, animals. I've now got 2 arms full of dog. Hello, little one. Oh, there's a Rory head. Oh, oh. Rory, my little man. I do love you so much. But you're a pain in the arse sometimes. Your sister's always a pain in the arse, but you're only a pain in the arse sometimes. Yes, you are. But it's very hard to do these things with a dog in the way. It is. Yeah. So Tenchi, in case you haven't met the puppety dogs, the black one is Rory, from the picture, and Amy is the brown one, named after, obviously, the Doctor's companions. And they are brother and sister, and they are 5 years old now. Oh, I've had you 5 whole years. I have. You have been in this house just over 5 years. Yes. Hopefully. Yes. Yeah, I got them in 2020 during COVID. It's scary, isn't it? And you still don't act up behaved. You don't act like adult dogs. No. You act like naughty little puppies by pooping on my floor overnight. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. I know you did. I do. I do know you did. Because first of all, I had to pick it up. And secondly, I had to pick it up. And thirdly, it's where you go. It is. Yes. It was you. I know, that's scary, isn't it? So Tenchi is one of the people who encouraged me to get a microphone and speak to people. Nearly a decade ago. I was streaming a game at the time. It was a pretty shit game, let's truly be honest. But I was streaming a game. I don't tend to do game streaming anymore. But it's how Tenchi found me. And we like Tenchi. We do like Tenchi. Tenchi is always good. And we've kept in touch, which has always been good. And then when I started streaming lace making, Tenchi came along. So this is always good. It's always good to have a Tenchi about. Because Tenchi talks to me. I like Tenchi for that. Tenchi always talks to me while I'm streaming and makes me feel like I'm not talking to nobody, which frankly is, because one of the things that I honestly don't know how radio DJs do like their 2-3 hours of talking without anyone giving them feedback of, how it's going down, how it's, making the conversation. Because, of course, it's all one way on the radio. They don't know, who's listening, if anyone's listening. I mean, on a radio station, you kind of hope someone's listening, I guess. But, there could be no one, there could be a billion people, right? And a little like this, I don't know exactly how many of you are watching. I mean, Twitch is currently saying there are 9 of you. I doubt it. But, there could be. There could be more, there could be less. Because Twitch numbers are slightly inaccurate. But it is one of those odd moments that you do sit there with, because I'm looking at this, not looking at the computer over there. They are, but Shroud of the Avatar, I mean, they keep working on it, and I do have a lot of respect for Chris, because, Chris brought out a arguably beginning to fail program game and has kept it running. They're putting work into it, but much as I put quite a bit of money into it, every bit of work they were putting into it at one point was taking it further and further away from a game that I would enjoy. Now, it's not that I would hate it, but I wasn't enjoying it either. It was a good way to waste a couple of hours, and all of that. That's not a problem. But I also didn't look forward to playing it. And like we were saying earlier, it became that almost the I feel I've got to. And when anything becomes feeling like that, the joy kind of automatically limits itself. because you're no longer doing it as a choice. You're doing it because you've been told to. And this is why lots of people who, maybe enjoy doing something can fail to make a business out of it, is because the moment you take it away from being my choice to knit a jumper, my choice to, weave a scarf or some tea cloths or, whatever, and that now I've got 100 blue tea cloths to make because Mrs. Big ordered them for her guild of national tea drinkers or whatever it is, right? And you've got a deadline. You've got people waiting on it. Well, it kind of sucks the way. It's the same with driving. I love driving, but I could never be a professional driver because then I'm not driving where I want to go. I'm driving where I've been told to go. I've been told when I've got to do it. I've got to do it specifically here. I must get there. I can't go out, on a snowy morning for a little potter because I love snow, right? I can't make a detour because I want, well, that road looks interesting, or I wonder where that goes. You can't make those detours because you're on the clock. We've got an idiot in the back, who possibly has more brains than or whatever. Might be drunk, and it can spoil it. It's not that you don't want to do it, but it don't half tarnish the fun aspect. And sometimes I do feel that way about making this. And today, on any given day, there are days that I've woken up or it's come to around the time for me to stream, and I look at it and it's like, if I start doing this right here, right now, I'm doing it because the time has come round and I feel I have to, much like turning up to work. Now, I don't hate my job. I hate aspects of my job. I don't hate my job. I don't hate what I do. But it's a bit like, if I woke up, 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, I would not log into work because I'm bored. If it was Monday, on Monday morning at 8 o'clock, I would log in because I am now required to log in for work. I'm not logging in because I want to. I'm logging in because I'm required to. And taking that choice away, it seems like such a small nuance of difference. But it's a bit like when you were a kid. If any of you did music lessons, you must practice, said your parents. So you picked up instrument of choice and you did your practice. You were not practicing because you wanted to. Now, as an adult, if you pick up said instrument because you can still play Three Blind Mice on it, you're doing it because you want to. You will enjoy it because you wanted to do it. You picked it up as and when you are in the mood to do so. And it's part of the reason I don't charge for the games that I try and make. I've made a bit of a progress with that this week. Not a lot of progress, please understand, but I have made some progress on that. In the new version of Unity has allowed me to make some progress on that. And so I can... Basically, it's allowed me to write something to bypass the problem I was having on Unity. And that seems to be working. And there's a couple of little glitches, but the little glitches are a lot less noticeable than the previous glitches, which was that light would shine through solid walls. So, because you don't see light through solid walls now, it actually looks a lot better. And so the smaller glitches are actually a lot less noticeable. I do need to sort out a couple of aspects of it. But in essence, yeah, whatevs, right? I do find that like everyone, when I started doing this, I was really enthusiastic about squares, and then I fell out of love with squares when I realised how bad the join was really going to look to me. And again, that's something you don't get in tatting.
because much like how I tried at one point to do the joins in here to a separate piece, so you do it by looping through and pulling a bobbin through the loop, so you end up with kind of a hitch. That's exactly how you join tatting, and it works better on tatting because tatting is more solid. So when you join, for example, this ring to this ring, you go through a bit of a loop that you made, but it looks fine because this is so much chunkier. And as I say, I appreciate that pink and purple don't show up so well on screen, but there we go. These were the colours I picked. So it is kind of easier to do, so that, for example, once I've made my little bit of chain and I go to make the little perky point in the corner, actually he's at the top, so the next one's an onion ring, I think, isn't it? That's the middle. Yeah, the next one's an onion ring, because that goes to there. So when I come, you know, I'll be joining this little sticky out bit of nothingness here, and that's how it works. With lace making, it's with bobbin lace. The join that I've come up with is based upon the 16th century kind of French, delicate join. It doesn't look quite as good because torsion is a two-strand thing, whereas arguably the work that they were doing is more like Buck's Point, which, while you have pairs, when you do the work, you do cross, twisty, twisty, twisty. So there's a point where there's only one thing, and only one thing has changed sides. So if this was the edge and this one was the last one, you do cross, twisty, 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 and now this is the edge one. So there's only one thread. So when you sew them together, you can do the twisty twisties with it and make it look like one continuous piece of fabric, which you can't really do with this because, well, you introduce a third thread. But it does look as near damn it invisible as we're likely to get, and I do quite like it. So I'm cool with that. I really am. But like everything, got to get to having second strip. So, that's what this one is. And then I can join the first one to it. Now, I don't know whether to join them all as I go or join at the end. I think join as I go to an extent. Although I can't really join on screen, so I don't quite know how that's going to work. Because while I'm trying to do all of this on screen, it is very freaking difficult to do some things for me at arm's length. Doesn't look right. Do the next one, because sometimes they don't quite look right and sit right until you done a bit more. So put this one in, see how that looks. It does look like it's settling down. Okay. But it is one of those, because the other thing that I quite like about tatting is that even if it's a bit more like crochet, in the, should you make a mistake, you just roll back in the direction that you came. With bobbin lace, if I found an error over here, I can now go to here and go back. I don't have to undo this bit. So it has bonuses, but it also has connotations, because sometimes you need to undo quite a bit to get to the little bit that you want. I mean, if, for example, I noticed I hadn't crossed some threads here, I can't just roll all the way back here, because chances are I need some of these to unroll back this bit. So then you start undoing big chunks of it, and it gets a little bit soul destroying, to be honest. And you often don't notice the mistakes, even though technically lace making is really not hard. It is surprising how easy it is to make little mistakes that then show quite a bit. Now obviously they show more to me than the average Joe, because I made it and I've seen them, but sometimes it really does frigging show. And we're trying to do this right. We are trying. We are not trying to ignore errors. There are errors, by the way. There are errors that we have ignored, and Some of them are right at the beginning, so it doesn't really matter because they'll be hidden when I sew this to a tape to make a strong top for my window curtain, because that's the plan. But so that's manner, but still principle. There are mistakes in it, and I'm trying not to leave mistakes. So at the end of the day, when I take my photo and I have a good look at it and pray to God that, you know, I've not effed it up yet again, sometimes I have, and that is hard going because it is kind of soul destroying to look at the work you've just spent the last hour doing, knowing that you've now got to undo it and redo it, and somehow when you do that, it doesn't seem to take as long, which is also kind of weird. But what time is it? Oh, I'm just so hungry. It's time to order dinner though, I'm afraid. It's absolutely time to order dinner because I am ready to eat my shoes. 1, 2, 3. And in case you do not understand, I currently am wearing Crocs, and I could eat those with a bit of chili sauce right now. So we are not even talking nice shoes. We're talking freaking Crocs. I am that hungry. You, my friend, belong over there. I don't remember stealing you, but apparently I did. Oh, I do remember stealing you. I remember putting 6 in because I needed 1 pair still. So, I am, I believe, going to call it a day. Now, I do apologise because I really kind of wanted to do that motif before I went. Actually, we will do the motif before I go. Hey, dog lady, how you doing? I am going to do the motif before I quit today. Fuck it. Right, let's put you out of the way. So I need you. I am going to do this. What I probably will do is order my dinner and then continue for a bit because it will take them a while because it always does. Fast food in the UK is not fast by most other nations' standards, by the way. Fast food just means you're not cooking it, really, over here. It would be quicker to cook it yourself, usually, because it can take an hour. So fast food is not fast here. It's not like I'll order it and in 15 minutes there'll be a knock at the door. Do not be expecting that. Occasionally there can be, and it scares the crap out of you because, well, you didn't expect it. But let's do this. Nice. Yeah. I hate tests like that. I remember when I did my history exam as a kid, so my GCSE, we had done, and I shit you not, we did medieval England, so we learnt a bit about castles and shit. Not the kings of the time, just about castles. Basically, we did castles. We then did Britain 1815 to 51, Mao Zedong. That was pretty much it. Yeah, when it came to the exam, there was Queen Boadicea, which was the bit that I picked, which is why I remember it, and 2 other bits, World War II and something else. We hadn't studied any of those. Now, fortunately for me, I'd done, whether you call her Boudica, Boadicea, whatever, right? I'd done a play at the end of my junior school, so some 5 odd years earlier, Queen Boadicea and the Romans. So I could write a minimum amount of shit about Queen Boadicea and the Romans. Because I was the narrator. we supposed to do? The three, please answer A, B, or C. And the sections were, as I say, World War Two, Queen Boadicea, and something else. And you're like, we didn't cover any of those. So what the fuck? And it's not like, please write, please for your, final paper, go to the library and do research on, so therefore you expect it to be new subject. No, you're stuck in a room with no access to anything but other than pen and paper. Please write about World War Two. It happened, the end, right? In terms of what we've been taught, they didn't even, we almost didn't get taught that it happened because that wasn't on the syllabus. It's kind of like, I'm sorry, but hang on. How in the name of sanity is this the exam? But it was. So I've always hated exams like that because you're left sitting there going, I'm sorry, but how can you tell me that this is my exam when that's not what we studied? That was, Hey, me, shut up. You're being really annoying, young lady. You are. Don't grumble at me. Let's just come straight undone, you fucking piece of butter. Get piss off. Dog, you're not helping. What part of you are not helping was an unclear conversation. Dear God. What is wrong with you? Stompy, stompy, stomp, stomp. I know you're hungry. You think I'm not? You at least had a biscuit. Don't maul me, woman. Animal. Fats, I believe. Now, the reason I say fats is because when you have a lot of people who have pancreas issues cannot struggle with fats. So I'm going to go with fats. That doesn't make it true. And in fact, let's for our own education, because we like doing education as well here. So, what does the pancreas? That's not how you spell pancreas. Break down. Break down. Ta-da! I'm a genius. 1. Fats. So, it breaks. He uses lipase to break tiny fats into fatty acids and glycerol. 2. Proteins. Trypsin and chymotrypsin break proteins into smaller peptides and amino acids. 3. Carbohydrates. It uses amylase and breaks carbohydrates and starts into sugars. 4. Nucleic acids, less commonly mentioned, and it breaks down DNA and RNA from food. The pancreas also produces insulin and glucagon, but those for blood sugar control are not suggested. So my first guess at fats was a pretty good guess because, well, fats was number 1. And the only reason I know this is because of my dad's dogs. He found that he had to be careful which foods he gave them, because if they were too high in fat, it would annoy the dog who had pancreatic issues. So assuming that the fats annoy it, they must do something with it, was my logic to that. So again, I would have maybe got, you know, a quarter of a point of fucking something, because I would have made a guess. And it was a semi-educated guess, but only semi-educated, in that it was a bit of a stab in the air knowing other things. But this is the thing, as you say, if that's not something, you know, if that's not something they covered, it does feel very unrealistic to expect you to know. Now, I know that from my own view of education, I took the if you didn't tell me, I obviously didn't need to know it kind of attitude when I was at school. But that and you see, this is the thing. One of the things that I've always said to people is, right, let's say we all sit down and watch Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, Sorcerer's Stone to the Americans, right? If we sit there and we all watch the film, now we all know that the story is about a boy called Harry who finds out he's a wizard, goes to school, and basically runs into the worst wizard of all time, blah blah. We all know that that is the core part. Without you talking about any of that directly, what other things happen in the film? And if you ask people, you know, what happened in a film, people have different takeaways. People remember different specific scenes. And by the way, Audible have released a all-star cast version of Harry Potter, the audiobook. They changed the words! Freak me out. Don't change it. Don't change the words. I know the words. Hello, Amy. Hello. Hello. Yes, you're really annoying. Yes, you are. Yes, you're very annoying. I will order you nuggets. I will get you nuggets. Do not be alarmed. The nuggets will be ordered. In fact, let's order some nuggets. While the ads are on, let's order some nuggets. So let's go back to thing. Now, has it forgotten? No, it hasn't forgotten. Excellent. Continue. Let me check what it's put on my list. I've got kebab, nuggets, onion rings and chips. Yes, hold on. Yes, I would like to pay for it. Otherwise they won't send it. No. Your nuggets are being ordered. Look, I am ordering your nuggets. As part of my dinner. I am ordering your nuggets, young lady. Come on, there you go. As soon as there you go. Or as soon as possible, it says. Take 35 minutes, right? So I've got 35 minutes to finish this. So fuck off, dog, and let me finish doing this, right? Otherwise, I won't let them deliver your nuggets, okay? And yes, we have ordered the nuggets. The nuggets will come. They will come. They will not come quicker if you annoy the shit out of me. They won't. Or I might just feed them all to Rory, because he's been good. Hmm? Will you stop trampling everything, you annoying cow? Did you say that to me? Did you say that to me? How rude! How rude that was! Rude, puppy! Rude! Oh, oh, oh. Amy, enough! Darling, no. They all think I never feed the little shit. I still haven't pricked the second strip yet. I think I started it, but ages ago, but I haven't done more of it. I really should, because we're getting down to 4 on inch 7 now. You've just come undone. I saw you do that. Now we need to do. Okay. Scoot you a bit more forward. I saw you come undone too. Watched you. You just did it again! Rude! Rude, 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 rude. No, that's not an encouragement for you to come and take over. Come on, stop. Animals. I really won't give you any. I won't. I'll eat them. I'll save them. If I can't eat them today, I'll eat them tomorrow. You do not have to be fed them. So come on. It is a treat after all. It's your Friday treat for making it through the week. Digestive defect or punched in the face? Well, normally it's birth defect. And it's where the skull forms wrongly. Again, I am not a medical dude, but, you know, been around a bit, you know, read some shit, seen some shit. I personally would have gone with technically the digestive defect, but it doesn't seem right. It's birth defect, because you're born with them. You don't normally develop one. You can get something similar, but then on a medical front, it's a bit like the difference between asthma and COPD, right? COPD is caused by smoking, and is the result of years of smoking in your lungs going fuck this shit. But it has exactly the same symptoms and treatment as asthma. But one is caused by, well, one is caused, one is not. One is an unfortunate way of life. The other is you did something, this is the result. So I wouldn't have thought of it as the result of a punch to the face. I mean, you can break the face and end up with a defect as a result that could possibly be similar. Well, yeah, I mean, for example, I look like I've had a cleft palate surgery. I have not. I split my face in half with a steering wheel. But I fractured all the way up my face. The scar goes from the bottom of my chin all the way up inside my nose. But what you see when you look at me is more the scar on my top lip that looks a lot like a cleft palate reduction surgery, right? Because it's wheedled down a lot now. Because it was a long time ago. But like a lot of things, it looks like that, but that's not what it is. Now, in a very loose, vague sense, you could argue it had the potential for me to end up with a cleft palate-like scenario. But normally a cleft palate also involves the top of the mouth. It involves, it's all the way through the skull thing. So a punch to the face, even a really good punch to the face, arguably shouldn't fracture all the way through all of that. But I suppose, technically it could. Again, does it really matter how you ended up there? As I say, like you've said, with COPD, does it really matter? And it's almost like this is a bobbin, but this one's a stick. So, whatever. Well, why is one a bobbin and why a stick? Well, because this one I don't make lace with, but it looks the same. Yeah, but it's a stick now. Well, it's still a bobbin. It's just an unused bobbin. If you've got a broken leg, does it matter how you broke it? I mean, obviously, if you twisted it or you snapped it, you have different breaks. That is, and obviously how well it will mesh together is, usually dependent a little upon that. But at the end of it, if your leg is broken, to you, it's to the average person at the end of the day, it's a broken leg. It might be an interesting story as to how you broke it, but the nuances of that are unnecessary. It's a bit like, I guess, the difference between crushed garlic and chopped garlic. If you then blend it all later, does it matter? Does it matter what you did to it first? Because, it still ended up the same. It all ended up blended in the end. So whether you crushed it or not first, no one gives a rat's, One, two, three, 5, 6, 7. So, yeah, it's a bit like I was saying the other day about sentences. And, we all know that there are nouns, verbs and adjectives. And then there's pronouns and summings and weirdities. And why does it matter? Who sits down and takes a sentence and names all the parts of it? So why does it matter if it's got a name? Because you don't talk about it. Oh, I do love the verb you used in that sentence, darling. It's not something that someone will ever really ever say to you. So you might hear, I've not heard it called that before. But other than that, does it matter if it was an adverb, a verb, a subjunctive? No one gives a flying fuck, right? Because, well, it's just a sentence. As long as you understood the sentence, job's a good one. And there are times for caring and times for not caring, I think is the short answer. There are times that, a name of something matters or how something came about matters. And then there are times when, frankly, no one gives a shit. It's almost a little like, a man is found dead lying on the street. Okay. He's dead. Well, how did it happen? Does it really matter? He's dead. You can't change it. So, he's dead. It might be a criminal act, in which case you can, potentially look for someone to, to pay for their misdoing, but, I mean, if you're going to be a autopsy person, can't think of a name, mortician type person, then perhaps it is useful. But like everything, that's a bit specialist. Can't we learn the basics first? You know, it's just filling my head full of unnecessary bullshit that I do not need in my head right here, right now, because my brain loves unnecessary bullshit. I mean, my poor neighbours, they find me really funny. They love me to death, but at the same time, they've had problems with their dog. And she's now got back problems. And I said, well, you do know they make osteopathy and chiropractors for dogs, right? And they went, what? And I went, yeah. And she went, really? I went, oh, yeah. There are osteopaths and chiropractors for dogs. And she went, I never knew. And I'm like, yeah, your mind isn't as broad as mine. I know these things. What you need to know surely is what impact would having a cleft palate have on a person, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I've got a spare one somewhere. Now, why have I got a spare one? You must have come from here. I'm going to assume you came from here. So, for example, more important to you is knowing the fact that gingers need high levels of anaesthetic and have different pain tolerances to other people. That women genetically have a higher pain tolerance than men. Well, because we do childbirth and shit. But these are more important to you than why they have a cleft palate, what impact. I mean, the only reason I guess why would be important is it genetic or was it something achieved later? So, for example, if you met someone with no arms and legs, very unfortunate for them. But I'm sure, you know, perhaps by the time you meet them, they're used to it. So maybe they're not unhappy with their lot. The question is, why do they not have them? If they do not have them because, such as guy got strep and had to have both arms and legs amputated, he is going to be more vulnerable to strep. He is going to have potentially other complications from having had the strep so bad he had to have amputations. Or if it was due to diabetes, you've had, you know, limbs removed because the extremities failed due to diabetes. They're going to have considerably different issues to the guy who had strep, to the guy who was born without them. So there is a reason to understand why, but maybe not yet. The question is it a birth defect or is it an acquired later? If it's a birth defect, well, then potentially there are either these specific ailments that may also be included. So, I'm going to make some shit up. If you've got a cleft palate, there's more likely to be gastric issues, right? Given your earlier question, right? So maybe that is a thing. So therefore it is something you need to be aware of for those who are born with it. For those who gain one due to a punch in the face, well, it's just a punch in the face. It's not going to have any other impact other than they now look wonky, right? But at such an early stage and at such a high level, that's as far as you need to know, is that those born with them can have additional issues. Those acquiring them have either different issues or no issues. That's kind of all you need to do starting level 1. It's a bit like if you've ever done top-down design programming. Top-down design programming, you start with basically a blank sheet of paper and write input, process, output. That's it, sheet 1. Sheet 2, you start listing some of the input. Now, if it's going to be a library catalogue, you obviously need inputs of the entire list of shit in the library. You need inputs from the user as to what they are looking for. Okay, so you list, catalogue of books, user input. For the process, you are now going to use the user input to look through there. So process, take this and look, use user input to scan through catalogue. Output, found results. Next. Next one. You write down what you're going to store about the books in the database. So you might store the author, the title. You might store its ISBN number. Maybe you want more than that. Maybe you want a synopsis. So, you know, Harry Potter is a wizard. Well, now you know it's about wizardry, don't you? Right? So, keywords, children's book, you know, all this kind of shit. Right. User input. Well, you want to search on basically every field, so the same. The process part possibly doesn't overly change at this time. Next piece of paper. You break it down layer by layer so that you build up to a point where you start saying, well, if the user has inputted a title, then we search through the title. If we in the order, if you do title and author, then you start on those, but you then also include those at the bottom, those who match title, those who match author. You know, you start building up this level to the point that basically it's written your program for you, and you type it in the computer and off you go. You get through a lot of fucking paper, which is why no one does top-down design anymore. But it is a really good way of thinking about stuff, because it requires that you, before you move on to the next stage, you have covered that higher level to be sure. And so that by the time you get to writing the program, you write it once. You don't go back and go, oh, I need to add this now. Because one of the biggest problems with all programming is creep, right? Is that someone comes along and goes, right, we need you to do the finance, right? Okay, so I have this money, I spent this money, I received this money. You know, plus minus, amount at the bottom. Great. Oh, well, we need it to be double entries so that we can have, like, budgets. So we have, like, a book budget and a food budget. Okay. But now I've got to add a whole pile of shit for that. So now you go back, because while you have input and output, you allocate, say, £1,000 to your book budget for the year. And when you spend it, you detract from there, but you add from here, and because you add to your book budget. I spent 100, on pound of my work, so I've used £100 of my book budget, but it comes out of the and it's like it completely unnecessary, frankly. But it changes the whole thing. So you need to know at the start, which is why you do not progress until you have outlined this, and that is fixed in stone now. You never go back and fix it. And sometimes learning should be like that. You start off with, here is the body. Here are the major parts of the body. It's head, arms, torso, legs, feet, whatever, right? Then you break it down. Inside your head, you have, brain, eyes, ears, mouth, windpipe, food pipe, right? Next you have the different parts of the brain, the different parts of the ear, the different, you tree it out. You start off with a trunk, and you get branches, then you get twigs, then you get more branches, and then tinier twigs, till you get down to the leaf, who is the final bit at the end. That's it. You're done. But if you don't branch it out, you don't have that basis to work from. And like you've said, you've gone into an exam or test, whatever you want to call it, and they've asked you questions about a bit you've not got to yet. Well, you can make educated guesses. And maybe that was part of the point, was to see how many of you have read ahead, how many of you have made the links and associations. But it's not really fair, is it? If I tell you I've got 10 sheep, I don't, but if I told you I had 10 sheep, how are you going to infer how many cows I've got? Because I might not have any. I might have tons. I might only have 10 sheep, but I might have thousands of cows. I just haven't told you about my cows yet. It's all tenuous shit. It's a bit like, doctor, my stomach hurts. Well, define which bit of your stomach, because there's quite a lot of shit in there. I mean, any clues? Until they get more specific, you're not going to say what's wrong with them. That's why doctors say to you, I don't know, because it's not specific enough yet to say, I know what the answer is. I can suggest that it's not this. If you're a bloke, it's hardly period pains, right? But you could have twisted testes that didn't descend. You could have appendicitis. You can have a bowel obstruction. You can have a twisted bowel. You can have necrotic bowel. You can have perforated bowel. You can have a bladder infection. There's plenty in there that could all be wrong with you, and that's just from my own personal guessing of what can be wrong with you, let alone other shit. you know, it's wrong to play guesswork with anatomy. It really is. So I feel for you, Dark Lady. I truly do. You know, you're in a subject that I don't know a huge amount. But at the same time, you know, it seems wrong that they would be subjecting you to significant questions. It's not like, for an additional point, can you name, right? So it's not like you can still get 100 points, you know, 100% if you answer all the questions that we've given, but we can make up for other potential failings by, for an additional point, can you name things that the pancreas does? Or, yeah, that's a fair question. So, you know, if the 100% of your test, so you could end up with, say, 120% because you got all the extra points too, that's fair dinkum. But when they're, and a central question on the thing, that's cheating. To be honest, I had the same. I did the ITIL exam I did ITIL 3, and I did the basic ITIL test. The dude we had giving our thing, my co-worker would happily tell you, all we found out was his work history, and we know he lied. Because, I worked for this company, well, so did I, and you weren't there. Oh. And the look on his face. And then he bragged about another company, and I went, which bit were you in? What do you mean? Well, I had a friend who worked there, you would have run into him. I don't think so. Well, they ran the IT department, so if you were dealing with IT like you say you were, you would have dealt with him. I don't think so. My co-worker, he was like, I worked here. And you know, did you work for this company or this company then? I'm sorry? Well, you said you were in the building. Well, there's only 3 companies in it, and I worked for one of them, so you weren't there, so... We caught him out so many times, but all we heard is, when I worked for so-and-so, I introduced... Basically, he walked around like he invented ITIL. He did not, right? But we never actually heard anything about ITIL in the course. He would read out the notes on the PowerPoint slides that they got. He would read them out, but we're all capable of reading. But when we came to the exam, he'd not covered any of the shit in the exam. And me and my co-worker came out and we were going, what did you write for this? And it's like, well, I wrote that. And he went, I didn't. And I went, fuck knows, we didn't cover that. It'd be things like, so I know that, because I did do some additional reading, that in ITIL, the help desk raises all the tickets, which doesn't happen in the real world, but the help desk raises all the tickets, and that according to ITIL, the help desk will close all the tickets. No, the users close the tickets, dude. But, you know, according to ITIL, the full ITIL, because of course you pick and choose what you want, but in full ITIL, only the help desk closes tickets. And if user has a problem and you do a change to fix it, the change is raised by help desk, you do it, they check with the user it's now working, they close it. No, the user closes it, so it always happens, right? And you raise the change for yourself to do because they don't know what the change is, because otherwise they'd have done it themselves. So it's not how it works at all. But there were whole loads of questions about things like, you know, who's responsible for this? Well, fuck knows, because we don't have one of those. Because of course you pick and choose. You can still, it's a bit like the autism spectrum. 0 is still technically on the spectrum, right? ITIL, you can do literally none of it and claim you're following ITIL because you chose not to apply any of it, but you were aware of it. And we did this exam and I technically failed by 1 fucking point, I need to point out. My co-worker passed by 1 fucking point, so he got 2 more right than I did. But we were making it up left, right and centre. And we discussed in the coffee room outside all of the answers, because I'm like that. I've always done that with exams with school kids that were around me. We used to cycle home going through all the answers and the questions and like, well, I got this. Well, how the fuck did you do that? You know, one of those kind of moments, right? And you sit there going, did I actually get any of that shit right? Who knows, right? But we sat there discussing it. It's like, we didn't cover that. We didn't cover that. No, we didn't cover any of that either. And the fact that either of us got any points on it was a freaking miracle. And it's that aspect, is that when you turn up to the exam, it should be on what you were told. It should not be on what maybe you read about in association with. It should not be on shit that was not covered. It should be. And if they didn't cover it, that is you want it to reflect on the teacher. You really, really do. And when it doesn't, that feels really, really wrong because, you know, clearly your teacher is, you know, whether it's a test set by your teacher or by a board of instructors like an exam, if your teacher has not taught you sufficient to answer all those questions, and maybe you can't because you weren't paying attention or you didn't try hard, that is a whole different kettle of fish. When they fundamentally didn't tell you, that is unreasonable expectation. But at the same time, I am also the kind of girl that would like to see improvement. So in a sense, it would be good at the beginning of the year almost to have this is a test. I don't expect you to be able to answer any of it, but I'm interested to see if you know any of the following, right? Come the end of the year, you should, you know, I will have told you all of the answers at some point. You should be able to get 100% at the end of the year, because this is the same test that's, you know, I'm going to ask you the same questions at the end of the year. But then, of course, they can't do that because then you know what questions are coming. But it's also, if you think of how you learn anything else, that's reasonably how you learn. They start off with asking you a question, you go, got no fucking clue, dude. You have to tell me. They then tell you, and later they expect you to remember it. That is how it usually works. But of course we don't do exams like that, because of course then you know what the answers are. Now you know exactly which answers to memorise and go into the exam with. Shut up, you whiny animal. They're not coming yet. I haven't even put the porch light on. Don't be whiny, miss. Yes. This is why her nickname is Amy Winehouse. Not as in glass of wine. Wine as in whiny dog. Winehouse. Yes. This is why you get called Amy Winehouse, isn't it? Yes. And you can be very rude. Yes, you can. You can say such terribly rude things to your mother. So yeah, Dark Lady, I do honestly feel for you, because you should not have to be second guessing. Yeah, if you've said that, you know, if you mention in passing, you know, sort of like, you know, well, you don't really need to know this, but, you know, obviously the pancreas secretes various things, and it does help with this, that, and the other. You know, some of them include. You might go off and look and see what else it includes. But if you kind of concentrate on protein, you don't expect the answer to be fat, do you? Right? Whereas I happened to guess fat, you went with protein, right? Now, we were both right, but we were not fully right, because there are other shits that it does. I didn't realise what it fully did, because, well, it lives in me and I don't really pay it a lot of attention, because, well, I don't need to. It's not like I can shake hands with it every morning. It's not like I look at it on the end of my face and go, there you are, see you later. You know, what? What animal? You will. They will come. The nuggets will come. Anyone would think you haven't had food in weeks. For Christ's sake. Can you stop standing on my boobs, please? Hey, mountain goat, get off with the boobs. She stands on my boobs, and it's not comfortable. But it is also not a butt and foot rest. I may not be using them for anything else, but it doesn't matter. No. Your tail is no use to me. All it does is destroy things. But I don't chop it off, do I? No. Because it's yours. And I leave it alone. I don't even pull it. No. I don't. No. So, yes. I don't even hang on to it. No. I don't nibble it, lick it, sniff it. No. So, much like my boobicles, can you leave them alone? Yeah. Now, I'm going to see if... Seriously, she climbs up me using my boobs. She's a fucking mountain goat. She is part mountain goat. Let's see who else is streaming. Let's have a look. Lots of people playing games. Ooh, another lace maker. Silver of Dragon is making some lace. So I'm going to say goodbye and thank you for joining me. Because I need to go and I need to prep myself for my dinner because I'm really looking forward to that. I've been thinking about it all day. So and it's got naga sauce on it. Oh, holy shit, it's going to be great. By the way, naga sauce is made out of naga chilies, which are arse blastingly hot, and I am so looking forward to it. It's going to look like death in a carton. It's going to look like some road accident, and that's going to be fine because that's what kebabs do. Kebabs are not an elegant looking food. But I shall see you tomorrow, late tomorrow. I thank you all for joining me. It has been a great laugh. Dark Lady. No worries. And, you know, thank you to all of you who have partaken in the chat today and joined me on my journey. But hi, hurrah. Sorry, I'm just going. So, yeah, I shall be back tomorrow. But I appreciate all of you. I'm sorry. But yeah, I'm going to bump you off now to watch someone else make some lace, and I hope you have fun. So let's bumpty bump. Thank you. I will, almost certainly. So here we go. You shall be transported any second.